Testing, testing. right. Ree's nearly done. Yay! Well done, Ree. Excellent.
So you're on mic now.
Cool.
Just go for it. Just introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Melissa Townsend. I just finished this puzzle in 39 minutes and 5 seconds, I believe. Just doing some commentary for the live stream. Can see Rihanna's just finished. I can't see who's in that top right corner. So this puzzle was a little bit tricky because of the white. It was all identical. And the colour wheel looked pretty good. I started with the yellow. The dark blue, you can see there, it's such a large section. Really, really hard to differentiate between the dark purple and the dark blue. So it looks like most people have left that bit till last and then finishing on the whites. I don't know if you've done a round puzzle before, but it's really hard to shape sort around. So it's a bit tricky to a rectangle puzzle. I believe this is the first round ever used in an Australian competition before as well. I've just got Rihanna about to join me.
Hello, is this thing on?
You gotta speak closely.
Hello.
How'd you find the puzzle, Ree?
I really loved it, apart from the white. The white I slowed right down. But it's nice and bright.
You do love a colour wheel.
I do. I call these rounds a wedge because each of the sections
Like
are in
a
a wedge.
pizza wedge
Mm.
shape.
Rather than a ring. And that's a bit nicer to sort and to build. Ah, and there's Hannah.
Well done.
Awesome. Congrats.
Did you do a full sort at the beginning?
Yeah, I had all these nice little piles of all these different little colours.
Let me guess, you started with yellow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my favourite colour and it was the brightest one of them all. But I got a bit stuck on the green because it's got the white coming through it. So I moved on to the blue later on because it's a nice big triangle wedge of just one block colour. So that worked really well as well. But congrats to you.
Thank you.
How'd you find it?
I really enjoyed it. I stayed on a roll the whole time. I was able to identify a few of the consistent patterns within the rings. So it's hard to tell in the live stream, but there's a few sections there where the lines are really close together and you can basically I built lines within the wedge and then filled in around them, which made it much easier, especially when it came to that big blue section. I could just build the lines like the rings that you were talking about.
Yes, I gave them all little nicknames actually.
Oh, did you? Do you want to share?
There's one that's obviously a very easy little dot pattern. That was easy, nice little ring of dots. But one of them, I didn't know what it was, but I called it onions. It looked like there were little onions in the puzzle. So I just built a little onion ring.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure no one else really saw it as onions. I'm sure it's a flower.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who knows then?
Yeah. And a huge congratulations to Marita. I believe she won.
Yes,
And
and
is
Sarah
the-
close by as a second.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Reigning state champ.
Looking for those little white pieces is very tough.
It is. It is indeed. Oh, someone else just
We
finished.
just heard a done. Yes, those white pieces, it feels like you've tried every piece in every hole. That's how it felt for me.
I was saying before you jumped on that like I'm a big shape sorter, but I really struggle shape sorting around.
That's Trish Mathers, the third essay.
Oh, fantastic.
Well done.
So we've got first, second and third now.
That's right. And you can see Katrina on the screen here.
Yeah, she's only got a handful left. Gosh, it's hard. Look, everyone on the screen right now has just got... Actually, no, there's two on the screen.
There we are, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a sea of those same white shaped pieces.
yeah.
It's interesting because with rounds there's a lot of different shapes to be able to go off. You don't have your standard cut pieces. You've got some without knobs and it's very odd. But I felt like that white section was almost all just 2 in, 2 out.
Yeah. Yay, well done. So we've just had a finish from our national champion, Katrina Coleman.
This one here, when it gets in place, we just click that.
Right, the Katrina Coleman from Tasmania. So we've got a lot of people from around Australia. One who have your win.
It's a lovely atmosphere in Willunga today.
It is. These comps are so friendly, welcoming. They really encourage people to come from interstate and compete and take part. Willunga's a beautiful little town in the wine country of Adelaide. Well done, another finisher. They're just
congratulations.
rolling on in now. Fantastic. You can see no one started with the wine. Everyone's finishing there. You'd be mad to.
Tina Coe, that was.
Oh, fantastic. Well done, Tina. She was our second place winner at the Nationals last year in 2024.
Excellent choice of puzzle though, something bright. Not a lot of people have done a round, and I think this is the first time a round's come up in a state competition in Australia.
I said that before you jumped on.
Oh, well,
I
well,
believe,
well.
I believe that it was the first round in a competition used in Australia, to our knowledge, and we've been around the block a few times.
Here and there.
Yeah. First time I ever did a round was Worlds 2023, and it was the Poke Bowl, so I much preferred this over the Poke Bowl.
Understandably.
Oh, we've got Deborah Forsyth. She's finishing up now.
Last couple of pieces.
Come on, girl.
There we go.
Well done.
She looks relieved.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you, Ree. I love the colours in the rounds. I think it was an excellent choice for these comps. We're going to jump over. We're going to hand you over to our first and second place South Australian places. So we've got Marita Broberg jumping on and Sarah Lorenzini. So we'll hand
We'll
you
be
over
back.
now. So you'll hear yourself in the headphones? Oh, thank you. I had no idea I won. I had my headphones so loud. So yeah, just chat to each other, talk about the puzzle, how you found it, comment on people who are finishing. Yeah, but you'll hear yourself in the headphones, but you need to speak quite closely to the mic. Okay. Cool. Thank you. That's okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hello there.
This is Marita. I came first.
And Sarah, both from South Australia, came second. My nemesis beat me. Well done, Marita. Fourth win in a row? Fifth win in a row at the SA Championship. So she's been holding the title pretty solidly.
yeah, well, Sarah's coming closer and closer to me and beating me in the butt. And we are joining up together for Worlds as a pair.
Yeah, which is very exciting. So we're not pairing up today, but yeah, always nice to do some practice in a competition setting. And we've got just looking at the screen right now, we've got someone on 55 minutes, almost done, and it's their first ever competition, which is amazing on this puzzle.
It's Lou, AJPA president.
Oh, it's Lou as well. Okay, yeah, we've got Louise.
Our APA president, who's also almost finished. And,
So we're all quite surprised to see the circle. This is the first circle we've seen at any of the SA state any of the Australian state competitions or the nationals.
yeah, including the nationals. And yeah, as you can see, the white bit in the end is rather hard.
Very challenging. How did you manage that one, Marita?
I got stuck and did nothing for a minute or so trying to find there, and then I started shape sorting a bit.
Yeah. Well, you looked over at my table. I must admit I got a bit frozen on the white bit there. Well done, Louise, our president of the AJPA, who's just finished.
No, it was very fascinating to actually, the round puzzles are, the first time they appeared in comps was Worlds 2023 in the semi-finals, and I think quite a few people got stumbled with them, and Ravensburg has since released a lot of them, and they're very pretty, all those circular color ones.
But quite challenging, especially for people like me whose brain is very much set to do the border first and a nice rectangle puzzle.
Yeah, I think that was my advantage this year. So let's see how we go. And Sarah and I again go head to head in pairs with different pair partners.
You're back on.
So, Marita, any guesses for the pairs puzzle this afternoon? Do you think we're going to see another round?
I'm hoping not.
Me too.
The round is a bit hard to pair sometimes. Some of them are easily split like these ones, but the ones that goes colors from the inside and out in circles, they are a bit harder to split between two people, even if you have one that do main of the sorting and another one that do main of the building. It's still quite hard.
Challenging, yeah. And we've got a great turnout here today. I'm not sure. Looking at Jason, how many people in the solos today?
I think just over 100.
100 something.
Yeah, just over 100, I think.
Maybe 120. I think there was 64 tables.
Fantastic.
About 120 people, and there will be about probably 30 of them interstate. Possibly.
Yeah, fantastic turnout from our interstaters. Nice to bring the puzzle community together. And Marita, tell me, your first ever SA Willunga Jigsaw Mania, how many competitors were there that year?
12.
I like those odds.
Well, I'm not sure how many it was in the pairs category because I didn't participate in that one that year because it was the first ever speed comp I did 5 years ago. But yeah, it's a lovely atmosphere down here in Willunga, and it's a beautiful place to visit.
The weather's really turned it on this weekend as well. It's been a beautiful weekend.
Now, how many have we got that's finished? It's getting towards an hour now, and I think it's yeah.
At least this puzzle has been really nice with the sections of colour to sort.
Yeah.
So if you haven't done a circle puzzle before, I think that would definitely help. There's others that have the concentric rings, which can be really challenging. So yeah, it's a very pretty puzzle.
And yeah, we will both of us practice as pairs as well for the Worlds and practice some round puzzles for that.
We'd better now.
Okay, everybody, my name is Heidi, and with me I have the president of the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association. We have both just completed this puzzle, which was a round puzzle. We weren't expecting it, but it was a lot of fun. So, Lou, what did you think?
Well, I absolutely love these circle of colours, and I think it kind of threw the competition a little bit, didn't it?
It
I
did.
think with these made an appearance on the market, I think, in 2023, and I know in Australia through 2024 there was sort of a lot of anticipation that maybe they would turn up in competition. But we had this is the first time that they've ever been in an Australian comp, and I think it was really a really interesting. It kind of throws some of the people who maybe prefer the traditional rectangular style of Ravensburger. So it was heaps of fun.
And just for those playing along at home, what is the name of this puzzle?
This is the Mandala Circle of Colours.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to do. I think all of the circle of colours are quite good if you love to do puzzles by colour, which a lot of us do. This is sometimes a bit tricky in the white section, and for those of us who see blue very differently, I don't really see shades of blue, so this one was a bit tricky in the blue, but a lot of fun to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
What was your approach, Heidi?
Oh, I always start with the brightest colours first, so yellow, orange, green, and then worked my way around to the sides. What about yourself?
So, full disclosure, I have done this puzzle once before, and interestingly, I did start first time on the yellow, and I found it actually quite confusing starting on the yellow because the yellow stuck out to me, but I suppose the contrast of the line pattern, which is actually quite distinctive once you get up close and you get to know the pattern. For me, that, and I'm sure for many others, that becomes the guide throughout with this, because there's all these sort of the layers of lines and different patterns. I felt that starting on the yellow kind of threw me because I didn't quite appreciate that contrast with the white background. So this time I actually just started next door on the green just to get my eyes into it. So I think that's why I did a little bit better. Obviously, you always do better the second time.
Yes, yes. Full disclosure, I had actually done this puzzle once before. I think I might even have it in my wardrobe at home. But I find I'm a natural shape sorter, so the rectangular Ravensburger traditional shape I love, and I love shape sorting. But these I find really, the shapes are very, very unusual. The circular puzzles, they don't, the way you think they go, they don't actually go. Did you find that?
Yes, I think it's really interesting that on the outside, some of the pieces are kind of broader and thicker, and they have that sort of subtle curve to them. But in this puzzle, it's interesting, there's an inner ring where it's also got these sort of similar thick pieces, sort of about the... we've got Diane, our ex-president, on the screen right now, so she's doing great. We've got all those white spaces with, which I'm sure everyone finished
with
on.
the white.
But she's onto that blue, which is interesting because there's really kind of two slices that are dark blue and one slice that is...
Almost purple.
Yeah, almost purple, but it's a subtle gradient change, isn't it?
Yes.
But most people have done this, as you might intuitively think, with that kind of the wedges of almost like a pie.
Yes, and for those who haven't done this puzzle, there is a very distinct pattern going throughout the circles. There's some very fine lines that are very close together. There's sort of loopy circles, and if you can get your head get your eye into the pattern, you can go really fast. I couldn't quite see the pattern. I could saw the lines, but not the sort of circles. But
yeah,
I love doing these round puzzles. I find them really enjoyable. My first round puzzle, like you, at the Worlds in 2023, we got, I think it was Under the Sea or the Sea one.
Yeah.
And that was, I didn't do terribly fast time, but I loved the puzzle, and I really love round puzzles.
And I think that's actually, one of the buzz of coming to our competitions is there's this surprise factor in that the personal challenge, and it's great to get something that is a little bit different to what you might have previously done in a competition. And I think when when it when it sort of wows people and makes you think and makes your brain kind of do things or approach the puzzle in a different way to how you might traditionally do it, then that makes for a really fun competition.
It does. And in the screen here we have I believe that's a young male. There's only been one other male that's finished the puzzle, I think, so far. And when you do go to these competitions, you do often see a sea of female puzzlers, so it's great to see young people coming through. Yesterday, Diane hosted the first inter-school jigsaw puzzle competition, so we had 2 schools battling it out yesterday, 2 young teams they were battling out doing the London postcard, and it was so much fun to watch the kids puzzling it out against each other and giving each other so much support.
Yeah, and actually I think the spectators were a little bit more riveted with the kids finishing than we were with the adults, and it was amazing to see. So yeah, I think they're that seems like it's the first school puzzle school race, certainly in Australia and possibly around the world. This is a really new concept, and the kids just loved it, and the camaraderie and the cooperation and just that general teamwork.
Yes.
It was really sweet to see this just great sense of achievement, and the team that came first, they really enjoyed their win and their celebration, and they were really supported by their families and staff from the school. But then they were big cheer, like they had a lot of cheering on of the team that came just behind them.
The roar of the team that came second was huge. I think half the stadium cheered for them.
Yeah.
Here we go. We have, I don't know this person's name, but they're at their last few pieces. These last white pieces are really tricky. I actually ended up shape sorting. I know it's difficult to shape sort a round puzzle, but I ended up shape sorting these last few pieces.
Yeah, I did the same thing, and I think, of course, the camera came on to me just as I was doing the white bit, and I remember being a bit stage fright. But then once I got in a roll, I was like, oh, they're coming together. That white area that this competitor is currently doing is just coming together beautifully.
Yep.
You can start seeing them all just rolling in once they've got that piece sort. And it does look, I think, like it was a piece sort because it's kind of left most of the regular pieces.
Shapes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's a good tip for anyone watching at home who is maybe new to puzzling. When you get a little bit stuck, or you have an area such as this white where there's absolutely no distinctive feature, such as texture or colour between the pieces, then that's a really great way to help aid your eye and get in and just focus on the outline.
The outline shapes.
Everyone has quite a different piece sort. Mine is a really messy piece sort, but particularly in teams, you puzzle with some really neat. Are you a neat piece sorter, or are you just a clumper?
I like to keep them all to one side, but I don't.
Do you lay them out in nice rows with them?
No. I'm a bit of a chaos sorter. Just pull out the edges, and that's all I really focus on.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a few more pieces to go.
This is great.
And I saw my puzzle pairs partner Christina finish before, but I didn't quite see her time. But we're competing in the pairs in the next race after this. Oh, a few more pieces. It's those last few. Keep spinning them around in your fingers.
This is great.
Here we go.
I think we're going to hear a cheer.
Yes. There we go. 1:16, I think, is a really good time on this puzzle. My first time, I think, was 1 hour 11.
Yep.
I think. And I did 1:03. I was not quite under the 60 minutes. Did you go under 60 minutes?
I did. I got 56, which was very good for me. Yeah. So, but I think I didn't have much pressure because I was really just doing this one as a practice.
Yeah. Well, we'll be interesting to see what turns up at Worlds. Both Lou and I will be going to Worlds again this year, so that'll be fun.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be interesting getting choices in the different rounds. So thankfully we didn't have to choose.
Yes.
We didn't have to choose today between any puzzles.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of chat, just speaking of sort of the international competitions, there's been a lot of chat, and I'm sure people online are probably already aware of this, but we're starting to see what the Canadian nationals, and so
I saw
just
one of
some those
those,
beautiful
and it was,
new puzzles.
it was a beautiful landscape with
Yeah.
sky and boats. They're absolutely my
Yeah.
jam.
Yeah.
I love landscape images.
Yeah, so I think Ravensburger's done really great with supporting those competitions with these new puzzles. So we do love Ravensburger.
Yes, and as the new president, maybe we can get our own
Maybe we can.
first time, because I think it does make
I'm
a
working
difference.
very hard on that in the background. So
I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
Because I think it does make a huge difference if you have done the puzzle before. And there's many people in this room who would have done this puzzle before and others who haven't. I know I had, and I remember thinking, I don't see the shapes and the patterns. And then today I was like, yes, I see them.
Yes, yes, and that's exactly my experience as well. I can't remember what I did, but it certainly would have been faster today, the second time around. So, yeah, obviously in competitions, when you're familiar, when your mind has done all those gymnastics the first time around to get your head around a new image, repeating it a second time is always a different experience. So
And slightly quicker.
Yeah, I
sometimes
think-
people can take 5 or 10 minutes off their times.
yeah, just with the second time, and then of course we see those huge leaps that people make once they're repeating puzzles multiple times, which is a whole different kind of sort of level of puzzling and practice and things that you learn. What are you hoping for in the pairs this afternoon?
It'd be nice to get another round puzzle. It's interesting with the space management, rounder puzzles are a lot bigger, and I feel like the pieces are bigger than the average rectangular shape. So if you only get half a trestle table, it is space management is an interesting one, especially if you are quite chaotic and have your pieces everywhere. So I think everybody has done really well today keeping their pieces. We didn't see a repeat of what happened in Kushina's team, where people were taking pieces from their pile because they got all blended together. But it's been fun. But what are you hoping to see?
Well, I know what it is, so
Oh, right, okay. Oh, right.
so
Well.
I'm responsible.
Oh, you chose it. Okay. Well,
Hence
if
why-
I hate it, I'll
yeah,
blame you.
hence why I said, but I was just doing a practice run just now, so.
No, I
So everyone can, if they're loving online, I'll take that. And
Yeah.
if they're not loving online, please keep it quiet.
Did you know this was the puzzle?
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
okay,
Yes,
right.
yes. So full disclosure.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
But-
Which was lovely for me because I it's not the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association works with Willunga. So the Willunga team put this competition on. They worked really, really hard for many, many months to put this competition on. And the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association supports Willunga by for the solos and the pairs state championship. We work with Ravensburger and the Willunga team to get the puzzles that are on the table, and it's it's quite nice for the team because normally this is the one opportunity I get to sort of be a little bit, I suppose, more of a participant and sit and observe. But the rest of this year, I'm very conscious that I'll be a lot more focused on the organisation. So I just was grateful just to have a bit of fun today.
Yes, we've got one more person with a few more pieces to go.
Yeah, closing in.
Those last few pieces.
Absolutely.
So for those listening, these are the state South Australian Championships, and there's quite a few of us who have come from interstate to compete, and we are not able to win any prizes because we are not from this state. Last couple of pieces.
Oh,
Come
it's
on.
very close. There we go.
There we go.
Yay. Everyone's finishing on that big
Yeah,
white.
that big section of
Yeah.
white.
Yeah.
So, and for those in Europe, it's a little bit like having different country championships because, our states are bigger than most of the countries in Europe. So we have several state championships in Australia. This is the South Australian one, and it's in a beautiful little town called Willunga, which is outside of the main city of Adelaide, probably about 45 minutes. Beautiful little town, right close to all of the wineries. We had a bit of a play around with some of the wineries yesterday.
Oh, great.
Got a few bottles of wine, which was fun.
I didn't manage to get to a winery. I forgot to vote, pre-vote, so I was driving off to an interstate polling booth.
Yes, it was election day yesterday.
Yeah, it was election day in
Yes.
Australia for anyone who's watching online from overseas.
We've got a couple. Annika's watching.
Oh, great. Hi, Annika.
Where are the-
Heidi, are you a spinner with this puzzle? Did you spin the puzzle around?
I did, but not as often as some of the others that I like to work on. So I've been practicing these last few months, and I've been working on the Circle of Colour cakes, and I do spin that one, and I spin the poke bowl? I spin that one, but I didn't actually spin this one as much, probably because I was quite restricted with space.
Yep.
And I had Jess sitting next to me who is very fast, and I didn't want to interrupt her. I think she might have been the first Victorian.
I think she was.
I think,
Yes.
So well done, Jess.
Yeah, no, fantastic. So a great achievement. Yeah, it really mixed up the order of some of our puzzlers coming in. There's always there's a real cluster of superstar puzzlers that is really hard to. It's a battle between between them, and you just couldn't quite pick it.
No, so it was Mel
first.
and
Yes.
then Katrina, Rihanna was up there.
No, Rihanna was up there.
Jess was up there.
We'll have to get
check.
the
We
order.
don't have the results.
I was deep in
Yes, I know, we were too
concentration.
busy
I can't
puzzling.
remember who came second, but I know that Marita is the state champion. Yes.
And that's the third year in a row that Marita has won the state championship. So she had a target on her back today.
Yes,
And she
was
managed
very
to keep
keen
them-
on defending her title, so she's done that. It's fantastic.
Yes. So Marita is actually teaming with Jess this year at the Worlds. So Marita's going and Jess are going back to the Worlds. And they've got two new teammates, Sarah, who I think came second in the States today, and Tina, who finished second fastest puzzler in Australia. So they will be a formidable team at Worlds, I think.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty impressive team.
Are you allowed to compete in
I
Worlds?
might just advise Jason that. Oh no, we're back online. I saw a little kind of black screen there I'm not sure if that was seen by everyone at home. But we are back online.
White pieces, they're the hardest ones. I reckon everybody would have started in that yellow, green, orange section.
I think so. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Having done the puzzle just now, and coming in and seeing this kind of pattern of people finishing in the same sort of stuck in the same area, I suppose.
It reminds me of the one I got at Worlds, which was the Springtime in Paris with the white sky.
Oh, that's,
and I just got stuck. I just could not get a piece in for about 3 minutes.
It's deceiving, isn't it? From the box of that one, it actually looks like a gradient.
Yes,
it looks like I love a sky, and I know you're either a lover or a hater of sky, but even that one, it's just
all
white. It's just a sheet, isn't it? What's your favourite kind of style of puzzle?
Oh, landscape. Sky.
Landscape, yeah.
I mean, I
you
grew
and I
up
are
doing
fairly similar.
castles,
Yep.
buildings, ocean, sky. That's absolutely my jam. So when I get cartoons, so I got Spy Family last year. That's cartoon. I really find those difficult to navigate, but I've been practicing.
What is it that you like about the landscapes? Because I have a very similar repertoire, I think, probably to you, and I'm aware of what my reasons are. What do you think it is that draws you to those landscapes that makes so much sense in your mind?
Well, I grew up with them, so that's what I did for 20 years. But I think I just know logically that's sky that goes at the top, that's water that goes down below, that's tree that goes over there. Whereas this type of image, apart from the colours, there's no rhyme or reason, and I just struggle with like cartoon lines and diagonal lines. I just haven't quite got my game on my eyes on those.
Yeah, I'm completely the same. I agree with you. I sort of need gravity and I need depth. So I think that's why the landscapes I find particularly the photography where you do have a sort of the perception of depth, it allows my brain to sort of say, oh, I know that's further away from the camera or that's in the horizon. Once I get a flat, cartoony, 2D kind of puzzle that's got lots of lines, my brain just, yeah.
Which is interesting because this is not a landscape and it's not a cartoon, but it's more...
Yeah, it sort of sits on its own, doesn't it?
And the patterns are the repeated patterns in different colours. So if you can get your eye on the patterns, then you can do this puzzle pretty quickly, I think.
It's almost like there's a puzzle within the puzzle because, it's almost like once you figure out the pattern, like that in and of itself is a puzzle. So,
yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Heidi. We have a special guest joining us right now. I'd like to welcome to the chair Katrina Coleman. Welcome.
Hello.
Katrina is our national champion, reigning champion 2024, but also our first ever Australian champion from 2022. So 2 out of 3 years.
Yes. Yes, I had to do it the second time to prove the first time wasn't a
Yeah. You absolutely, no, you earned that through and through. So fantastic. Thanks for joining us. We've got quite a few people online, and we've got people from around Australia, but also from overseas. So how did you find today's puzzle?
Oh, it's beautiful for the 3/4 of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yes.
that blue bit there, purpley bit down the bottom is slowing everybody down. But no, lovely, light, bright puzzle, which is great. So I'm sure everyone will enjoy today's puzzle.
Heidi and I were just going through our preferred styles of puzzles, and is this something that is your kind of wheelhouse, pardon the pun there, but or is it something that falls outside?
Oh, it's far from it.
Okay. Tell us about your preferred style.
My preferred style is, a landscape ribbon cut every day of the week.
Mm-hmm.
I think I said earlier, I am traumatised by rounds.
Okay.
I will get over it one day.
Okay.
I like gradient puzzles as well. No, this is, when it came out, I was happy to see if it was going to be around that it was this one, just because I think there's lots of light, bright colours in there. It was always obvious as to what to move on to next, which is, I think, important when you speed puzzling.
Yeah. This puzzle probably allows, particularly for maybe the first half of the puzzle, allows, I think, a lot of people to feel like they're on a roll. Like once you kind of get that pattern, they can feel like they're on a roll. They can probably feel a little bit like Katrina Coleman.
Yep, I've got this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it lulls you into a false sense of security that way.
Yes. You hit that blue and the white.
But it's the yellow is so obvious place to start with it, and then you can choose which way you go, or one way and then back the other way. But and then also obviously you've got the different pattern in the rings, which you can use as a guide as well. Mm-hmm. Some of them are a bit repeated, so that can be a bit tricky, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a really interesting kind of puzzle that just presents a completely different challenge.
It does.
I think, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So what are you hoping for this afternoon?
Look, I have no expectation.
Mm-hmm.
I'd much prefer to come into a contest with no expectation.
Yep.
Something bright and light and fun again would be lovely.
Yeah. So what's your, I'm interested in your sort of pre-game and game day strategies. How do you kind of work towards managing performance on the day?
Yeah, on the day. Trying to stay just calm, happy, engaged. It's very important for me to get to talk to people, which is so not me. I'm usually quite introverted, but it's almost like I'm talking to people and saying, oh, are you ready to have a great puzzle? In actual fact, I'm probably talking to myself, but I'm talking to another person asking the question.
Okay.
That's important to me, to make it more about the event and less about the end result.
Yes.
And actually puzzle better that way when
it's
I'm
almost
not
like
thinking
maybe
about
a distraction technique.
potentially. Just because you do need to be calm. You can't be nervous or anything like that. So I just find just chatting to other people helps calm the nerves. Take a big breath when you tip the pieces out and send them home,
And,
essentially.
yeah, send them home, which you do very quickly, very often.
Some days better than others.
Do you hit a flow state?
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
yeah, how it feels to you?
Yeah.
Can you describe what goes through your mind when you're puzzling?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. When I'm puzzling well, nothing at all.
It's just you,
It's just
the pieces,
it's just
the moment.
See and put it in. Yeah.
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 Okay.
If I find I'm talking to myself, I'm not doing well.
Okay. So if you're saying,
Come
Just-
on,
just
up
come
the
on.
pace.
Yep, okay.
Where does this one go? You know where this goes. Come on.
Yeah.
If I'm doing that, I know I'm not puzzling well. So
Yeah.
I've actually got to switch that off. And it can, and I've heard other people say this as well. It can get to a point where you're looking for a certain shape to fill a hole. You're looking in the pieces, you don't see it, but your finger's still there, and you go and pick something else. And next thing you know, you've actually picked up that piece, and you're heading there and putting it in. And so, that's the one I was just looking for, without even realising that
Right.
you've done that.
Okay.
The brain sort of keeps ticking over and keeps
Yeah.
looking for that piece. So when you're in that, not necessarily thinking, just doing state, that can happen, which is nice.
So is that so? I mean, you came out of nowhere in 2022, and we had that was your first ever.
That was my first ever competition.
Right? And that was amazing, really, because I mean, it was fun. It was amazing for our association, and speed puzzling in Australia was just so new, but so amazing for you personally. How did you? Obviously, maybe having an event, that's something to focus on, but going back earlier to that, at what point in your life did you sort of feel you kind of knew that you had this kind of talent?
As a child, I knew I could puzzle fast,
Okay.
because I could puzzle. I don't know. I'd do 5 or 6 puzzles when someone else is doing one.
Right,
Of
okay.
the same amount. But obviously, due to my age, there was never any way to really see if there was anything
Yes.
globally, or
Yeah.
it was never on the radar. So I've always puzzled fast, and I probably puzzled faster as a child than I do now.
Right.
Which is because I see all these lovely
Wow.
young children come through puzzling really well. It's like, I could probably have done that. So now, being that little bit older, I'd struggle with the darker colours and things like that these days. But yeah, so it was when I saw it was advertised, it was like, oh, you're kidding! Finally, there's a competition. So great, I'm going to have to get back into this, because it was only ever casual puzzling up at that point. I'm going to have to get back into this and see how I go. And those people that know Annika, she was publishing her times that she was doing in the lead up to the national competition, and I said to her, she was the reason that I got to the competition, because she published her times, and it's like, I can do that time.
Amazing.
Without even trying. It was at the time. Maybe if I try, I need to be there. I need to be there. So it was never in doubt from then. Once I saw some of the times that were being published, I can do that.
That's really interesting to hear, because Annika, and I know she's online.
Hi, Annika.
Or she was before. Hi, Annika.
And she knows, because I did say to her after the first event that she's the reason that I was there.
Well, and Annika is also one of the reasons that I started speed puzzling, and I found the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association as well. So Jason, who is the mastermind behind all of our live stream, Jason and Annika are great friends, and they were putting little videos of racing each other. This was around the time of COVID lockdowns,
Yes.
or sort of around that time of the world, which we lose track of that kind of year or
away,
two.
Yeah.
But yeah, I stumbled across these guys on Facebook and went out and purchased the puzzle that they'd done, and I was like, oh, okay, I think I can do this,
Yeah.
and found connected with the association, and found the competition from there, which is wonderful. Is that Sam?
That
on
is
that?
Sam.
I think it's Sam.
And I like his strategy there, because that
Yeah.
is challenging. So you do need to work that blue section with
Yeah.
those rings.
Yeah, you're right.
And he's done a
picked that
really
out.
good job there.
Yeah, he's done that very, very well. Really, he's doing really, really well.
Yes.
I was lucky to puzzle with Sam yesterday. We had the teams event. It wasn't part of the state championships, but it was a really fun event the day before, and Sam was very gracious to step in about 10 seconds before we started.
Secretly hoping there was a spot
Oh,
available.
it was great to have him. It was wonderful. No, it was. It's really good fun. How do you enjoy the team event? Because obviously you are part of a superstar puzzling team.
It's I actually love it. I didn't do teams the first year I went to Worlds because I was sort of thinking that it would distract me from doing well individually.
Yeah.
But I've often said teams is not quartering the fun; it's quadrupling it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
And we've created a wonderful friendship with our group of four. And you know, it takes a little while to drop the walls that you build up to protect, you know, your status in the group and things like that, and just be you. And that's happened, which is really nice. So you can just be ourselves, and we laugh at each other and we laugh at ourselves. You know, it's great.
Well, and of
It's
course,
really good.
you oscillate between being each other's teammates and wanting to know as much about each other's strengths and styles, and then
and even more than that personally, you know, you get to know why they are like they are and things like that, and it's great.
And then you flip into competition of solos, and suddenly you're all competing against each other.
It's like, I will not sit next to you.
How are you feeling about the teams at Worlds? Because you came 7th, didn't you? Seventh?
Yes, that's right.
The All Stars. No, you came 7th
I
in the
came
world
7th, they
as
came
a solo.
6th.
They came 6th. Okay, so it's. I don't blame you. It would be hard for me to keep track of, you know, my top 10 placings too. So, you know.
Oh dear.
So how are you feeling about the teams this year?
Yeah, we are ready. We're ready to have it now.
Yeah.
We're using this weekend to get a bit of practice in, which is nice because we're all here. We don't get the chance to practice very often, being that we've got 3 different states.
Yeah.
So that's a challenge.
You've got 2 Queenslanders.
Yeah, Victorian.
1 Victorian and
Tasmanian.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll be together for this competition. I'm not quite sure yet when our next get together will be, but probably not until closer to Worlds now.
Yeah.
So we FaceTime and things like that, but it's not quite the same. But no, we're really looking forward to it. I think the fact that we're going back to Worlds with the same team that went last year is a positive. We don't need to relearn anything about each other.
Okay.
So excited for it.
Have you been doing a few puzzles outside of the competition today, like this weekend,
yes.
making the most of your time together?
We have.
Okay. In intensive kind of training camp.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. No plus ones allowed.
Okay. It's like it's all business.
It's all scheduled. It's all good.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah. We've got more finishes. That's awesome.
And you're signed up for pairs as well for Worlds?
Yes, sign up for pairs for Worlds. So I am actually pairing with a Tasmanian, which is wonderful for the first time.
Great.
She's heading over.
Great.
Yeah, so we probably won't necessarily be overly competitive, but it'll be fun to represent Tasmania on the world stage.
So you'll put your energies into the solos and
into
teams?
the teams primarily.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I was very happy with my positioning last year with Worlds. Whether that's possible to improve, we'll see. I've got to be careful what I say. The first year I was in an interview locally in Tasmania, and they asked me how I thought I'd fare, and I said, I'm hoping for top 20. I was really hoping to do better, but all I verbalised was 20, and I came 20th. And this time I said, okay, I just want a podium. I think, 10th position's fine.
Yeah.
I want a podium. And I got a podium.
Yeah.
So it's like, I've got to be careful what I say. Be careful what you wish for.
Look, I mean, there's the dexterity of the puzzle. There's
so many
the
variables.
visual, but your mindset is probably the number one variable, isn't it? It's the most subjective and I suppose vulnerable.
Exactly.
Variable.
Yeah. And it's probably the most underrated too, as far as for people that are trying to improve their speed puzzling. You've got to get your headspace right, because like you said earlier about getting in that flow state, if I'm thinking about what I'm doing next, I'm not puzzling well.
Yeah. And is this the kind of advice that you provide, because you're running really successful online competitions for correct me if I'm wrong, essentially kind of two divisions, like sort of a fast,
That's right, yeah.
sort of expert, well, not expert, but
No,
just
but
like
competitive. It's
competitive.
a bit more, probably more competitive. So the top stars are for the competitive puzzlers.
And then a more entry level.
More entry level called the new stars.
Yeah, that's great.
So for novice puzzlers. So the novice puzzlers do get plenty of advice, support, feedback on their puzzling. They've been very successful, which means that there's less time necessarily for me to sort of concentrate on what people are doing, but I can still sort of see that there's, if there's any obvious things that I think would help speed their time up.
Yeah.
And also running through what I would do in different situations if I can see people are struggling. So yeah, that's been well received, and that was off the back of Worlds the year before, where I realised that the Americans and the Europeans have got jigsaw competitions they can go to every weekend if they want to, and in Australia it was like I went to my first competition and then I went to Worlds. It's like, how naive. So to be able to offer regular competitions where people can practice their skills and get over the nerves more than anything that you get when you start puzzling. So
and it must feel like a really rewarding way to give back to the community, these opportunities to...
Oh, it is, absolutely, yes. Yeah, and it benefits, it's not only benefiting me, it's benefiting others, which is awesome because really...
Absolutely. No, it's wonderful. So for those online who aren't aware of Katrina's online races, it's Speed Puzzles Australia.
That's it, just on Facebook at this stage. So follow the page on Facebook, and each month I'll advertise what the next month or that month's puzzles are.
And you're doing them monthly?
Yeah, monthly. I do at least one of each division monthly. Sometimes I do two a month. Yeah,
amazing.
And sometimes I do pairs, sometimes I do teams as well. So just depending on what's coming up in the real sort of puzzle space, in-person puzzle space.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Fill in the gaps.
And that's really complementary to the online races that we have in AJPA. So there's a huge number of options.
They're quite. I mean, they're similar, but they're quite different. So I won't. It's rather informal. The AJPA ones, very relaxed. Very there's chit chat. There's have your snacks, things like this. Where mine are a little bit more competition focused. Sure. I don't talk quite as much. I certainly don't talk much at all in the top stars. I let them go as much as same as you would in an in-person event. Which is good because then you can get in your own headspace when there's not chit chatter in the background.
So it's more about that performance.
More about the performance in the top stars, and then more about the support and guidance in the new stars.
Well, the way I see it is just an enormous appetite for puzzling competitions. I don't think we can ever have too many.
No. Well, it certainly seems not that way. No. They're selling out wherever they go. So at this point, we haven't reached saturation, which is good.
I don't think anywhere yet in the world has reached saturation. I think this speed puzzling is
it's quite addictive to... It's a nice wholesome addiction to have, I suppose, but it is very addictive.
To have, isn't it?
It
can get a little bit expensive, but that's where the community is great for all the puzzle swaps and sourcing puzzles from like second-hand retailers as well.
Yeah,
of course, help
with
that.
Puzzle swaps.
Yeah, the puzzle swaps are great. We've got a pretty epic puzzle swap going on today, actually.
Yep.
I've been really
been busy.
Really impressed with that. So. Well, we might take a little break. So we've had some calls to go over and assist with other aspects of the competition floor. But yeah, hopefully for those who have been watching online, it's been great to hear some insights from our national champion. I've certainly enjoyed picking your brain.
Thanks for having me. Enjoy the rest of the live stream.
Thanks, everybody.
have visa.
Alright, hello everybody online. This is Louise. I'm your president of the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association, and I've just finished alongside, just after. I've got Deborah here, who is one half of the South Australian second place getters. So welcome, Deborah.
Thank you.
How did you find the pairs puzzle?
Beautiful.
Yeah?
Super beautiful, yeah. We felt like we were struggling a little bit through some of it, but it was just like the whole time we were like, this puzzle's so pretty. We just love this.
Great.
Yeah, it was
that's
so
great
nice.
to hear. So are you familiar with the Circle of Colours puzzles?
I've been eyeing them like online because they're so gorgeous, but I don't own any. Well, I didn't before today. I'm pretty
you own
stoked
two.
that they've come up today, so now I
Yes.
can own a couple of them. Yeah, I just love rainbow puzzles, so that's great. I love circle puzzles because I like puzzles with random cuts, and so circles are sort of a random cut puzzle, a bit of a hybrid. So, yeah, I love everything about them.
Yes, well today was totally your jam.
It
And
was.
You got two brightly rainbow coloured puzzles and both circles with slightly round cuts, so that's great.
Yeah, I don't feel like I performed my best today, but I had a great time.
Okay, that's all that matters really. So, but I would argue you coming second is performing pretty amazing.
Yes,
So
well, I'm with Sarah, and
congratulations.
she's a fabulous pairs partner.
Great. Okay.
So yeah, we were hoping to do pretty well.
Fabulous. And how long have you guys been pairing? What's the history of you guys as a team?
So last year we both paired with different people who were just friends, and then after last year, I think we became closer friends in the last year and talked about like, do we want to swap pairs around and that kind of thing. So we started practicing together sometime last year, and we just catch up occasionally at one or other person's house and socialise a lot, and do end up doing some puzzles.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm not sure if we've had any other people on commentary up until now, but I'll just formally welcome our viewers who've been watching the top. We've had about top 7 or 8 have finished so far. So this is the Pokeball Circle of Colours, which is a really different, I suppose, arrangement and requires a different strategy to the mandala puzzle that we had this morning. So rather than the colours being in that sort of pie chart kind of arrangement or segment wedge array, we've got that very different process of symmetry. And were you working from the centre? Is that how you guys divided?
We did work from the centre out, but we both worked from the centre out. We
Yes.
didn't do sort of one out and one in.
Okay.
We both knew we were going to struggle with the edge,
Yeah.
not super good at that kind of solid colour thing.
Yeah.
So we just left that for last and did it together.
It's almost like there are two borders in this.
Yes.
This one, isn't it? It's like
Yeah.
a sort of an inner kind of frame and then an outer border.
So I started with the flowers because they were quite distinct.
The ones that are
The
at
ones that
periphery.
are at the
Yeah,
edge, but
okay.
like I did all the flowers for the puzzle while Sarah started in the centre, so that in the really tiny bit in the centre we
Yeah.
didn't have too many hands.
Yep.
And then once the red had sort of started building, we just both worked together outwards from there.
Yes, okay.
And the good thing about this puzzle is it's not entirely symmetrical. It's not an entire ring of one vegetable. You can be like, okay, you're doing the carrots and I'm doing the squash, or something
Yeah.
like that. So even though we're both doing orange, we can work on opposite sides. And we rotated the puzzle a few times to
Yep.
sort of swap what
Yep.
sections we were on.
Kind of like spin it around. It's quite easy to spin around, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's quite fun to just kind of, spin a wheel. And it's interesting what you just pointed out there. Like you do have the layers of colour, and but within that, as you pointed out, there's quite a lot of texture to kind of work with. And once you recognise that, oh, okay, these are the cube kind of yellow things. I still don't know what those are. Are they?
No, we
cheese,
heard the pair next to
pineapple?
us talking about like
Okay.
we're collecting such and such, and we're like, that's in this puzzle? I haven't even found a zucchini yet, or whatever. It's like,
Yeah.
honestly, didn't even know what I was
think
building.
There's some cucumber in here, isn't there?
But yeah, I don't know what the yellow squares are. They
Yeah.
honestly look kind of like cheese,
I don't-
but
yeah.
that doesn't make sense.
But I kind of think maybe they're pineapple, like diced pineapple,
Yeah.
or maybe diced
Maybe.
mango. They're quite a smooth.
I think I didn't
texture.
do that section, so I'm not familiar with
You're
it.
not familiar.
I did find that when I got to the greens, I was collecting the wrong thing. As in, like, I thought I was collecting one thing, and then I realised that's not the section I was supposed to be collecting.
Okay.
I've just collected all these other pieces. So I was
Yes.
obviously having a bit of trouble differentiating between my
Yeah.
greens.
Now tell me about. So did the two of you meet in your pair, like at one of the competitions last year? You mentioned that you kind
Yes,
of paired
so-
up afterwards. Was that the first time that you met?
Sarah and I both puzzled competitively for the first time 2 state competitions ago, but we didn't meet that year. We came second and third, but we didn't meet.
Okay.
The next year we came second and third again, and we did meet, and then we sort of grown a friendship. Kind of a big group of puzzlers
Okay. Great.
who are fairly speedy and catch up socially as well.
Yeah.
So we've all grown a bit closer this year, I
So
think.
you've got your powers combined.
Yeah, the trouble with us as a pair, I think, is that really strong pairs often have complementary skills rather than the same skill set, and so you
Yes.
can really use the strengths of each person to play off each other. And Sarah and I just puzzle exactly the same. We are like the same person when
Okay.
we're puzzling. We have very similar times, we have very similar approaches, similar likes, dislikes. So we're not probably the best pair. You could probably build stronger pairs
Yep.
using a little bit more logic, but we just really like puzzling together, so we're not giving it up.
Oh, well, and that's part of it as well. Like if you, yeah, it's interesting the strategies that people bring in terms of thinking about a good pairing. I think ultimately you're spending a lot of time with each other, and you're in each other's personal space for quite a lot. So you've got to love the pairing that you've got, and
Yeah.
the friendship that builds between pairs who've been puzzling a lot together is really, really special. My pairs partner, Ellie Higgins, and I, our very first pair together was here at Willunga in 2022.
Oh, that's so
And that
cool.
was the donut puzzle. And we've pretty much been pairing consistently since then.
That's
so we've
cool.
done
Pretty good history there.
yeah, really good history. It's interesting you mentioned the complementary pairings. Ellie and I are just polar opposites in terms of what we like in a puzzle. So it is really interesting when we flip the pieces. I always, I can't have a judge just by looking at the box which part I'm going to go for first. I know other people are really good at that. I kind of need to flip the pieces over, and then I always say to her, I'm like, this is what's speaking to me.
Yeah. There's just a few pieces that are
Yeah.
standing out, and you're like, oh, it
Yeah.
turns out the blue's today.
Yeah, exactly. And Ellie and I consistently, the pieces that speak to us are completely different.
That's pretty convenient.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's funny with a pair, isn't it? And this is even more so with a team. You get to the end of the puzzle, and you sort of look up and you look at the whole, and you can be quite surprised. You're like, oh, was that even in the puzzle?
Yeah, you're like, oh, there were cats in this puzzle? Like, I didn't do any cats.
I know there are definitely times where I don't visually digest the picture at all. You're just so focused on the colours or the textures that take, really grab your attention, and then you step back and some of it, parts. Whoa, I had no idea.
I think in my journey from the first time I ever attended one of these to see what it was to now, which is 3 years, this is my third one, one of the things I've worked on is actually looking at the picture, because I basically didn't even look at the box how I naturally puzzled, and it's been kind of like a training thing to try and actually remember to reference the picture.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty good at glancing at it, and it is helping me now, but I still definitely am not a box picture person enough that I'm really good at those detailed ones where you need the box to know where things go.
Like a real
I
kind
just
of pick and place puzzle.
yeah, I really struggle with them.
Yeah.
I'm like ones like this circular one we're doing today, where it's like just the pieces themselves, you're like, oh, these all go together. It doesn't actually matter if I know what it is. I can obviously do this section because I've got 15 pieces that clearly connect.
Exactly. So it's interesting watching the puzzles here on our screen at the moment. Most people have finished off on that border. There have been a handful of teams that I noticed that actually did complete the border. Probably not first, but they did take a divided sort of outside versus inside.
Yes, I was glad
approach.
this came across for the pairs one because I think this is a tougher puzzle to do as an individual.
Yeah.
But there are a few options for how you could divide this as a pair, and one of
Yeah.
those would be someone works from the middle and someone works from the edge.
Yeah.
But obviously, the edge is going to be a lot slower than the middle
Yeah.
for multiple reasons. Because one, it's harder, and one, it has lots more pieces to
Yeah.
get all the way around.
And what was your secret in terms of approaching this final layer or the final two layers where you've kind of got not a lot of distinction?
I would have said our approach was not very intentional. It was a lot of picking up two pieces and trying them all the places till they went in. It was a little bit messy.
Yeah.
Could have looked a lot more put together if we'd sort of placed things a bit more intentionally, but neither of us is that sort of thing a strength, so it was like, just go for it, try things until something fits.
Yeah.
There are some small differences in the pieces that, like, I noticed afterwards, but that's the sort of thing that while I'm doing it, I don't really notice.
Yeah.
Like the blue, the darkest blue on the edge is a bit thicker on one side and
it's
thinner
kind
on
of
the
not
other, and
even
things
the
like
way
that.
around,
Like, so there
so-
probably would have been some strategies to do it a bit more efficiently, but I just didn't notice them in the moment.
Yeah, we've had some pretty fast times of the pairs finishing, and we're just having a look at the board now. So it looks like we've got close to sort of 13, 14 teams that have been finishing, and yeah, we're coming up close to an hour now. So it is a challenge. You think that. Some of the pairs are doing, we had to do quite a few, there's a cheer, yay. they seem pretty happy. But I agree with you. I think if we had have seen this in the solos, it would have been a much more difficult puzzle for those, for the individuals. This was actually used at the World Championships in a solo round in 2023. One of the qualifying rounds.
I remember
if
watching it
correctly.
and thinking,
Yep.
what a beautiful puzzle. And then hearing some of the commentary on it, and the puzzlers talking about it and saying that these ones that go from the middle outwards are just so much harder than the segmented ones.
Yeah. So now that the roles have been, flipped, do you remember back to some of those things that you heard on the commentary that might have helped you today? Or
Not
it was just
really.
you were in
Honestly,
it and
couldn't.
had to experience it.
Yeah, I have to say, I usually don't utilise a lot of strategy. I kind of puzzle by instinct because even if I make a strategy before I start a puzzle, I end up just doing whatever I see, and I completely can't even follow my own strategy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, obviously not a hugely intentional puzzler. I'm just kind of like a chaos puzzler.
Yeah. It's just a puzzler by feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you have a bit of a rivalry with Marita and Catherine, who are the South Australian they were the defending champs?
Yes,
And they're now
they've won every single year this event's gone, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So we're good friends with them. We were hoping that we could beat them. We know from our practice times that we can beat them, but we have yet to actually do so in a competition. So we did not manage to again today, but we'll keep hoping. One year.
The challenge is always there.
They're a really good pair. They paired together for a long time, and they're an example of that other kind of pair where they take completely different roles and really complement each other. Yeah.
Okay, that's really. So do you guys all have you teamed up before? Would you ever attempt a four?
They have a team of four that I'm not in, and I've occasionally subbed for them. So I have been on that team of four, but it's not my team of four that I normally puzzle with, which is a little bit more casual.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have puzzled with them when one of the team members couldn't make it.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty intense team to be in. Lots of very good puzzlers who know what they're doing.
And tell me, how did you come across speed puzzling in the first place?
So, I mean, I've always liked jigsaw puzzles. It's something I used to do with my grandma in the school holidays. And then when the World Championships were on YouTube. Like I watched Karen Puzzles, like many other YouTubers, puzzlers. So yeah, she did the footage for Worlds. I don't know how many years ago it was, and I came across it because I already watched her videos.
Yes.
And I was like, what? Competitions are a thing? And so I just like Googled Adelaide speed puzzling competition just to see, does this even exist where I live? And this popped up. And it was like, 6 months' time, there's a state championships. And I'm like, well, that sounds intimidating, but maybe I'll like challenge myself to give it a try.
Great. And of course, so that was probably when Karen first covered the World Champs.
Yes, I think it was her first.
22 one, was it? No, it might have been 2023.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Can't remember. All the years in the 20s kind of blur into one for obvious reasons. So it's interesting because this Willunga competition started in 2018.
Yes.
So just even before the first World Championships, which was, I believe, the second half of 2019, and of course we went into COVID lockdown, so that put a hiatus on speed puzzling competitions, but it certainly
upped a lot of people's puzzle count.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said that COVID was particularly a trigger for me doing more puzzles like it was for a lot of people. I just already did lots of puzzles because I liked them. As soon as I moved out of home, I was like, wait a second, I could do a puzzle like any night. I don't have to even wait for holidays. So yeah, just started doing more.
The table is mine any night of the week. So it's this competition is one of the longest running ones in Australia, and the AJPA, led by Diane, really kind of, she found this competition and started the collaboration. I believe it was around 2021, 22. So it's been a nice little collaboration that we've been able to do for a few years now, and I'm sure you'll agree that it's just got a lovely vibe, this competition.
Yeah, I think this one really benefits from feeling very much like it belongs to this community, because it's not being exclusively run by a team that's coming in to run a puzzle event. It's these local people who were passionate about it before it became the state championships, and you can kind of just feel something about the community flavour.
Feel it. I think you're absolutely right. It's the crew who were running it, led by the amazing Brian, are pretty true to the crew that's been running it for about 5 or 6 years. So it's a very slick operation. They all know how to. We've all got their roles.
It's really well organised. Everything always runs smoothly. It's amazing.
Yeah. No, I've learnt a lot from coming to this competition and just observing how the team works. Because of course, organising a competition is a whole new experience in and of itself. But so many people are experiencing this across the world. The number of organisations that are popping up, and this kind of word of mouth cooperation, sharing of information, troubleshooting, sort of issues related to event management.
Lots of tech.
Yeah, lots of tech. Like the complexity of the event organisation in and of itself is a really interesting thing to observe across the world. And of course, every competition, every year that goes by, the competitions are just getting slicker and more interesting, and people are playing around with the concept of different puzzles, different styles of puzzles. And yeah, I think we'll continue to see a lot of different, I suppose, just ideas in the puzzle.
It's nice to see round ones. This is the first time I've had a round one in competition, and so it was like, well, that's a nice change.
Yeah.
I did one online competition.
Okay.
Sometime last year that was round, but
this is the first time we've had them in
like a live
person events. Yeah, it's interesting. We've got somebody on screen at the moment who actually do have a completed order and they've finished off with that green and filling that in. So just popped over that 1 hour, 3
I
minutes.
just honestly love how there's so many different approaches and like there's not a right way or a wrong way to do a puzzle. Like you can just do it your way and that is the right way. And it's so fun at these sort of things to see how everyone approaches it differently.
Yeah. Do you feel that every competition you come to, do you learn something from just observing other people's styles, or does it sort of just give you more like you've got the learnings are internal from just yourself and the experience, or is it a combination of both?
I occasionally get ideas from other puzzlers. They'll say, at the end of the puzzle when you've only got a few pieces, I always make sure I have a few in my hand at a time so I don't keep going back and you're like, oh yeah, I should do that too. You occasionally pick things up. I remember the first year I went into a competition, I was like completely a non-sorter. Absolutely wasn't good at sorting. It was so slow, so it slowed me down. It wasn't even worth me doing. But I did really well in that competition and people were like, who are you and where did you come from? And we're talking about strategies and it was just like, they were all like, what do you mean you're that fast without sorting? And I was like, wait, does everybody else sort? What is this?
Wow, it's a whole new level.
I'm like, why would you sort? That's just so boring. But I did realise, if a lot of other very fast people do some sorting, maybe I should improve my sorting skill because that's something I was just very slow at. So I have become a better sorter and I do occasionally sort depending on what the picture is now.
Okay. So would that be one of the sort of main things that have helped you up your puzzle game, or have there been other tips and tricks that you...
I feel like the biggest factor has just been the friends that I've made at these events. I keep in contact with through the year and they loan me a lot of puzzles, so I have a lot more opportunity to practice Ravensburger 500-piece puzzles than I ever would otherwise, and that has been the biggest thing. It's just I can practice more because I got access to all these other people's libraries because they're all so generous.
Yeah. And on an average week, or even an ideal week, they might be two different things, how much would you puzzle?
It would be surprising to go a day without doing a puzzle.
Yeah, okay.
It's very much a finish what you're doing for the day, have dinner, do a puzzle in the evening kind of thing, and I'd normally do a 1,000-piece puzzle every night.
Wow, that's fantastic. I know there are a lot of people in the community who say the same thing, and it's just addictive.
And obviously other people might want to do other things with their evenings, but I really like that kind of time to myself to unwind at the end of the day, and so I really just enjoy sort of finishing my day there.
I was asking this of Katrina Coleman, our national champion, this morning on the live stream. Do you hit the flow state either in just relaxing puzzle or speed puzzling, where everything just kind of goes out of your mind?
Yes, it's very much one of those things that you ended up doing an extra 2 hours of because you kind of forgot you were about to stop, and then it's like 1 a.m. and you're like, oh, I actually meant to go and put my pajamas on at 11 o'clock, and is it that late already? Definitely lose yourself.
Yeah, which is such a lovely... It's such a lovely experience to know you have something that's so easily accessible. You can do something daily. It's almost like meditative, knowing that every day that's
And I think one of the benefits of being fast at puzzles is you get immediate satisfaction as well. I mean, I like to get a bigger puzzle, like 3,000 pieces, to do slower and over a few days or whatever, but with smaller puzzles, when you're fast, you're just like, I could just sit down and do a puzzle and feel like I've accomplished an entire thing and then pack it up and go on with my day. And you kind of get that real sense of accomplishment from finishing.
Amazing. And so what is your repertoire, your favourite repertoire of puzzles? Like the kind of images that you like?
Colourful, rainbow. I actually really like random cut puzzles, not for speed puzzling because they're really hard to speed, but I really like suns out puzzles, which I found no other speed puzzler who likes because they're not for speed puzzling, but they just have really funky shapes, and it's like, it doesn't really matter what the picture is, it's interesting because the shapes are interesting. So I really like those kind of things for leisure puzzling. Probably things that have defined areas with different colours and patterns are the ones that I'm good at speed puzzling. As I said, the ones I don't really have to look at the box for because I can see on the pieces what go together.
And does it matter if it's more like a painting style?
Paintings are definitely much harder.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I like illustrations.
Illustrations, okay. What about photography?
Not so much.
Yeah.
I do quite a lot of photographic ones, but I don't like them as much as the illustration ones. Yeah.
For anyone who's starting out and thinking about speed puzzling, you know, the fact that we'll be aware that there's a lot of people who are observing our competitions online who are a bit like you, have always loved puzzles and might be fast, might be a bit slow, but thinking about, maybe I could do that. Thinking back to your shoes that you were in when you were watching Karen's videos, what would be some of your main tips for someone in that situation?
I mean, I would say definitely go ahead and do it, no matter how fast and slow you are. Go to a competition because everybody in this community is just so nice. Like, they're just really lovely events to be at and lovely people to meet, no matter where I've been.
It's incredibly welcoming, isn't it?
And I know a lot of people who come here every year, even though they're not speed puzzlers, it's just come with a friend and do the pairs every year because it's fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would say give it a shot.
Yeah.
No matter what your speed is, you don't have to be one of the best to have a great time. In terms of, like, improving your technique, if you're trying to be faster, I don't really know. I feel like I haven't had a great lot of luck in improving my skills. Like, I started out fast just naturally, and I've probably improved a little bit, but not extensively.
Yeah.
It's probably being a little bit intentional about practicing things that aren't your preferences is probably a good idea, because you can be particularly bad at certain puzzles and actually improving for your worst ones.
Yeah.
I think makes maybe more of a difference than trying to improve in things you're already just good at.
What about use of space of the table?
Yeah, that's true. That's something I think's changed a lot since I started. I didn't really have a strategy when I went to my first competition, and as I said, I'm a chaos puzzler, so it's just like I flip all the pieces and then they're everywhere.
Yes.
And since then, I have decided on a way that I set up my table so that I'm not being distracted by it being different. So it's like, I'll always put my pieces on the right-hand side in a pile. I don't spread them out so you can see everything. I just put them there, and I always take the edges out at the start. Whether or not I do them at the start, I kind of just like them out of the way so they're not distracting me from the other pieces. And then I just literally go in, I'm like, the red door's where I'm starting, find all the red pieces, build the door, and then I go, okay, what's the next thing? So I just pull pieces rifling through my pile on the right-hand side.
Yeah. And one of the things that I found I did probably maybe the first year of doing puzzles with the space is I was accidentally, almost like, too ambitious and pulling some pieces in and then realising they might be a little bit too hard, keeping them in the centre of my space.
Yes, it gets so messy, and then you're trying to build something and you're like, oh, why are there so many pieces in my way? It is much easier when you keep like sort of the puzzle-sized area clear from pretty much the start.
And I've learnt, for me personally, it comes down to just, you just sort of mentioned it there. You have your kind of process and your rules, and as long as I'm consistent, it's almost like I'm reducing my decision fatigue.
Yeah.
So many decisions to make when you're doing a puzzle, and if you always know that you pull the edges and put them off to the left, or you put your muck up to the top or out to the right, it's almost like it doesn't. There's so many different varieties of that, but the best puzzlers seem to stick to a consistent process.
And you just don't get distracted, I think, because my most common problem is that I like go to collect something and then something else stands out while I'm doing it, and so I'm like, oh, that's interesting, and then I'm like, oh, I was building this, but I left it half done, and then I started building that, and like I just get distracted by the next thing without finishing the first, and that is not a very efficient way to work.
I know, similar to that, I make the mistake
mistake of like starting to like collect one item, and maybe I haven't even built it, but I'm halfway through collecting something and something else takes my fancy, and then I go, oh, I'll collect that too, and I've got like 2 half piles, and I'm like, I should have just stuck with, got everything.
And the other mistake is trying to start building when you've only got part of the pieces that fit, because it's not going to come together if you're missing half of the pieces.
Yeah.
Even like a few critical pieces can really slow you down. And so it's like actually spending the time to try and get all of them before you start building is a better choice, but it's easy to get distracted.
Yes, that's really interesting. That's certainly how I feel. I've definitely observed some puzzlers who seem to defy that rule. I mean, they're obviously far better puzzlers than me. They seem to be able to build something even if decent chunks of the area are missing, and it's just amazing to me. I'm consistently, every competition I come to, I'm like blown away at the variety of approaches, and also just seeing the talent and the skill. One of the things I really enjoy watching is the kind of the general dexterity of people, the way some people handle pieces in their hands and kind of almost flip things around or keep track of, might have 5 or 6 pieces in their hand at a time, and they sort of like mentally catalogue what's in their hand, and then they can go, it's pretty impressive. And
I think it highlights how different people's brains work differently and see things differently, and it's just so cool that they're all functional ways to do it.
Yes.
But it's just like that's just how my brain saw it, interpreted it.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it really is. It translates into so many different varieties, and as you say, the human brain is an amazing thing. What is it that you do outside of puzzling?
I'm an allied health researcher at the university.
Yay. I imagine that would be quite sort of analytical.
Yes, very analytical.
Yes.
Word-based computer work for the most part.
And do you find that has parallels with sort of puzzling in some
I feel like my ability to hyper-focus is really useful for both of these aspects. I would say that like all of my hobbies are very visual and creative, and that is kind of the opposite of what I do for work, which is very word-based and analytical. And so I think I utilise my hobbies to use the other half of my brain essentially.
Yeah, so it's very complementary. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Deborah, for talking to us. I think it's been, hopefully people following along at home taken some insights from your conversation. We've actually touched on a whole lot of areas of puzzling, so I really appreciate you joining us. We'll just take a short break for everyone who's watching at home, and we'll be back with some commentary very shortly.